Battle station, everyone. Battle station for this little bit of a joke of a battle. We have 25 allies. We are going up against 7 enemies. And yeah, we're off. And I think that we're done. Like, considering the way the battles were going yesterday, like, they were kind of tough. I'm a little surprised that we got something that simple. Mono Bear is in first place. 2 kills, 5 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. Helpful Onion is in second place, and everyone else is in third. We have gold. Do we have the Lady Wrights? A Dr. Derp. And Natty-kun, then Bluer gets the gold, which means they have to sacrifice their flying rogue, which goes to Volps Calico. And we move on to okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, to an insane battle on before the skin chest. And let's see, I'm still due tanking assist, so let's try this. Here. And as usual with those, let's ask for a couple of these to draw the attention of the enemies and so on. And it is past 8 a.m. Time for me to look in on the shop for anything that is not level 30. I am above 20, like I'm well above 20k. I got a refresh. And there we are. Alrighty. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. Now to check in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting a refresh, and I get 4. There's the second, third, and fourth. Not bad. And if things keep going the way they have been yesterday and today, I might actually get a 5th one at some point. Like, even this, the gold's still going up and up. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. And yeah, not much to say. I hope you guys had a good start of the week. I hope you're energized for the rest of it. Yeah, quiet week at this point. Nothing worth mentioning, which means that I am going to start the read and correct now. For those who aren't familiar with this, I record them, so while I'm doing the read and correct, I will ignore the chat. And should the recording go long, the stream or the battle will be delayed. So to minimize the chances, here we go. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. on Twitch. That's 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. today we are doing chapter 82 of Breaking Step. Tibbs dropped to his knees next to the unmoving jackal. His chest rose and fell, so there was time. He pulled Purity for a weave, only for it to cease to be as it left his bracer. With a screamed curse, he put a hand on his friends and pushed Purity in. In order to form the weave inside him, but immediately pulled his hand away as the armor faded. He cursed again, memories of Karina's body fading to nothing under the push of Purity from the clerics. At least he hadn't touched skin. Touching exposed skin made him sense the fading essence. We need to get Jackal out of here. Okay, he could do this. He let go of Purity and his reserve returned to the white of his element. A splint wouldn't help, since all it did was keep the broken essence in place so it could replenish itself and, in the process, heal what was damaged. What he had to do was the replenishing and not break anything more in the process. Oh, I'm going to have to retweak something in a later chapter. The first bush, as gentle as it was, because of this scene right here. The first bush, as gentle as it was, shoved Jackal's essence out of the channel, the red-brown fading faster without its protection. Stopping kept more essence from escaping, but now he could see he'd also broken the essence there. A splint fixed that. A series of splint fixed the multiple breaks throughout Jackal's body, but they faded the instant he stopped supplying the essence, which meant that if he removed his hand, they would come undone. He had the essence in his bracer, so he could channel another one, but in this place, he couldn't will it across the distance to maintain the splint, which was how he'd grown used to doing it. The few times, which was how he'd grown used to doing it the few times he had to rely on them. Weaves of Purity were much more efficient. What he needed was for the essence to move into the channels by itself. He smiled as he remembered explaining to Karina how he went about speeding up his reserve back in his early days, how he imagined the essence resting on a table and tipping it so it would slide into his reserve along the incline. Essence flowed into Jackal and over the channels, but some made it in without disturbing Jackal's. Okay, so I do have the solution. Okay, I'm just going to have to rework the wording in the other chapter. It wasn't much, but he thought it was more than what was leaking out. Would Jackal wake up once there was enough essence there? Or would the injuries have to be healed before that could happen? How long could Tibbs keep this up? Before what was left of his reserve was gone. Where's my exit? We're working on it, Mez snapped from away. Come, Dar, can't you sense where the openings are hiding? My ability to sense secret is dependent on essence being allowed to flow. As this is not happening here, I will be of no more help to look no more help in locating them than looking at the wall. Well, the ground shook, then the grinding of stone. Tibbs looked up, ready to curse whatever else Stowe was sending their way, to see the wall lowering as essence flowed back. The walls are coming down, Mez yelled, pointing out the obvious. Tibbs hesitated. Now that he had essence, was it better to take Jackal out for the clerics to heal him, or should he keep adding his essence to help him regain his strength, even if Tibbs was running low on it himself? Whatever it might mean, considering how vast his reserve. Oh boy. Okay. Or should he keep adding his essence to help him regain his strength, even if Tibbs was running low on it himself, whatever that might mean. Whatever that might mean, considering how vast his reserve was. There were risks with anything he tried, but he figured it was to his advantage to stay in the dungeon with its higher concentration of essence. He mentally changed where he supplied the splint with the essence from his reserve to the one in his bracer, then stopped pouring it into Jackal and sensed for the effect. As far as he could tell, the leaking hadn't accelerated, and with what he'd added, he had more time. He simply didn't know how much that was. He started on a large purity weave, then stopped. Those went everywhere, but he had no control over how well what he had no control over how well what got fixed. Yeah. How well any specific injuries got fixed. How well any specific injuries got fixed, as far as he could tell. As far as he could tell, it worked harder at the surface, then got weaker the deeper in, as it had already spent itself on previous injuries. That was usually fine, since when Jackal got broken to the point Tibbs needed to do this, it was about piecing him together, and that was usually closer to the surface. Which made no sense. The bones were in the middle of his arm and legs, and he breathed the panic down. Essence didn't work the way the world did, or how Tibbs often felt it should. Deeper here didn't mean deeper in the body, not exactly. Just like when Don talked about Tibbs' essence deeper within the wall's essence. He made a smaller weave and sent that to the largest break in Jackal's essence. Shouldn't we get him outside? Nez whispered, much closer now. It is unwise to move someone as injured as he is, Kamdar said. The attempt might aggravate damage to the point where I'm healing him, Tibbs said, fighting the panic again as he added more small weaves. I don't need small weaves. Which seemed to have no effect on the overall loss of essence. What? Don cursed, and Tibbs looked up, eyes going wide at the blood, cuts, and breaks he sensed in the sorcerer's essence. He wasn't losing any, but it looked bad enough. It explained why Mez was supporting most of his weight. You should see the other guy, the archer said, grinning. This idiot here just threw himself at it and clung on like it was his favorite girl comforting him. Comforting him. You were going, Dunn's voice broke, and Tibbs didn't think it was because of the pain. And Tibbs was right. Once I touched it, I was able to push corruption in, and now that was because of the pain. Dunn forced a smile. I hung on. I'll heal. Tibbs looked at Jackal. Did he have enough to spare? I don't know. His throat squeezed shut as his eyes burned. Put me down, Don said. Are you sure? Miss asked. I need to help him, and I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be fast. And Don yelled and glared at the archer. Tibbs nearly laughed at the "You told me to do this" look. Maz returned to the sorcerer, but it turned into a sob. Abyss, I never want to be in this much pain ever again. Don took a few breaths. What's the problem? I don't know. He wiped his eyes. Tibbs, I'm going to specify. Tibbs wiped at his eyes. I don't know what to heal. I'm putting weaves on the biggest breaks, but I can't tell if it's helping. He's losing essence from everywhere. Each break is causing essence to leak out, correct? Don's instructor tone wasn't as effective, interrupted by the winces and groans as he moved in small ways. Tibbs nodded, adding another weave. And the bigger the leak, the more deadly the injuries. Yeah, Tibbs froze as he realized he didn't know. He always went for the biggest first, but he usually had a weave over all of them well before there were risks. He looked at Jackal, sensing if the essence was vanishing from each break in a way that corresponded to the size of the break. As essence was vanishing in a way that corresponded to the size of the break, but there were so many of them and they were all blending together and he didn't know. Breathe, Tibbs. The harshness in the tone was followed by a pained gasp. Slow down. You can't help Jackal if you spiral into panic. He got his breath. Da, da, da. Don caught his breath. How long do you have to fix him all? I don't know. Tibbs barely kept from screaming. He forced shuddering breath. I don't know when there isn't enough left to help. With Radcliffe, it was too quick, and I didn't know how to do it. Sebastian put those green stone on Karina, so I couldn't help her. Breathe, Tibbs. What happens right now if you stop what you're doing? Can you tell me that? He sensed the essence concentration. Was it higher than when he'd started? Was the loss slower? Why couldn't he? He breathed. It was higher than when he'd first arrived at Jackal's side. What he'd added had done that. The loss? He couldn't be certain, but he'll be okay for a little bit if I stop now. It's going to take some time before he loses the essence I was able to give him. Then, if that happens, you can simply give him more and I'm low on my essence. You're what? The disbelief might have been funny if not for Jackal dying and Don's pain cutting it off. I have limits. There's a bit of the word. Angry Don thought he could. He breathe. The sorcerer caught his breath. How close to reaching it are you? Tibbs shrugged. I never paid attention. Whatever Don was about to say got bit back. Then the sorcerer was pained again. Okay, that's for later. Tibbs sighed. You can't just go on. You can't just go on not knowing what. Yes, I have to know it all. Tibbs snapped. I have to get better at everything. I get it. Is the Abyssless ever going to get smaller, or are you going to add to it all the time? Don chuckled and winced. But the important thing is you have time, so you need to use it strategically. It isn't always the biggest injuries that are the most life-threatening. The body is complex. Sometimes it's something small where it can't be seen that ends up causing the most damage. How do you know so much? Tibbs demanded in exasperation. I read a lot, Don replied flatly. Your advantage is that you can sense the flow of our essence. What you need to do is not just sense what's flowing away, but if there's any of it, that's where it shouldn't be. Don hesitated. That needs to be dealt with too. When the guy who knows more than anyone else hesitates, Mez says, I think it's time to proceed with a lot of caution. Life essence isn't something that's known about, Don replied tersely, then took a breath. I mean, scholars have written about something that might be it. They call it the life force. It's how they explain why the dungeons can't affect us directly, or how being close to someone who died keeps them from absorbing the bodies. But nothing I've read has a certainty about it. It's all theories because there's no way to know for certain. What I'm doing is drawing similarity between how physicians go about deciding what needs to be operated on first and hoping there's a correlation. Something else you read? Mez asked. This is from speaking to some. The university back home also teaches physiology. How do I know if some of the life essence doesn't belong? Tibbs asked. Finding a few areas that had it. Based on what you told me of how it registers to you, the first thing to look for is a lack of flow. That was because it's always flowing, right? Not just you forgetting to mention it? Tibbs nodded, ignoring the accusatory tone. What else? I'm not sure. Physicians will bleed out those places where blood is pooling, but this is life essence. I don't know if removing it won't do more damage. Can you get it to flow? Tibbs shook his head. It's not in a channel. Can you put it back in a channel? I don't think so. When I tried adding my essence to his, I did more damage. I think that unless it goes in by itself, forcing it doesn't help. Then it's not contributing anything. Can you remove some and see how it affects the overall loss? Tibbs found one by Jackal's heart. Carefully, he drew it away, avoiding the channels and anywhere that was already leaking out. This was like how to unlock the doorway to access. This was like how they unlocked the doorway to access the floors, only the opposite. He had to make sure to keep the essence out of the channels. When we leave, Tibbs said, Tibbs mentioned concentration. You're reading about purity and how to use the arcanus with it. Then you are teaching me. With that essence removed, he paid attention to any change to the rest. Any changes, roll to the rest. I thought those are going to be easy books to get. Purity clerics are highly secretive. Kamdar would have an easier time finding those. Why don't you ask that cleric you're training? Maz ask Kamdar. Ask Kamdar. She's a cleric who wants to fight. She might be open to sharing secret. I do not allow speaking while I train her. To allow her free rein of her mouth means I must listen to her sharing a belief. I do not wish for that to stray into our opinion of what I am and what should be done. Done about those like me. She wouldn't care. Tibbs found another one, slightly larger, and since he sensed no changes, he drew it out. She isn't like the others. Purity clerics are not known for the changes in their stance. Their beliefs are thought to all children's. It is the earliest stories any of them will remember their parents recounting. That they be, you know what, that's going to be semicolon, that they be from a cleric family or not. I know better than to waste my time hoping she will be unlike the others I have encountered. Then Tibbs can ask her, Miss said. You two have talked before, right? He removed another pool of essence. How do I explain why I want to learn those things? Just saying I'm curious how it works isn't going to be enough this time. Still no changes from removing this one. You can explain what you... I would advise against that. Kamdar interrupted the archer. I will not claim that she will be as prejudiced about what you are as she is about me, as you think she is, Mez corrected. But as an organization, purity clerics are no better than the guild. What you tell, she will tell them. You tell... you know what? No. It's dialogue. That's how he speaks. What you tell, she will tell them. That they tell the guild or not will depend on if they want to take you for their own so they can improve you, or decide you should be the guild's burden. I think I got them all. He told at this point I need to Tibbs told Don. It's not changing anything. You make it sound like they... Mez hesitated. I don't know. Like Dale. That's gonna be... Tibbs hesitated. I don't know. Try to fix him? Then go back to healing the leaking, Don replied. At worst, this was for nothing, but at least it's no longer a worry. That is exactly what I expect they do. That is exactly what I expect they will do, Kamdar said. Purity is obsessed with the people who have purity, Tibbs corrected, forming a weave and applying it to the largest lake. Purity doesn't care who's different. Kamdar was silent, and Tibbs applied more weave, wishing their effect were more pronounced, and reminding himself this wasn't a quick fix. You are correct. I apologize. I, too, can fall within the belief that the element is the same as the people wielding its essence. Purity clerics only care about fixing all that is different from them. If it was within their power, they would go to war against more than those like me. They would seek to wipe all who do not believe as they do from the world, leaving behind only them. If even that, Mess said, wars are costly to all sides. Don't your people value life over power? Don asked. I didn't think they'd have tales of war. We have those tales, so we'll know war should never be something we want. Tibbs formed another weave, then was at a loss as to where to put it. Jackal might be more purity than earth at the moment. He was no longer losing essence, but he didn't seem to be gaining any either. His okay, so this should be his breathing's even, Don said, and Tibbs focused on the sorcerer, not understanding. Jackal's breathing is better, deeper. It's a good sign. Tibbs sensed Jackal. I think I put weave on all the I think weaves, that's gonna be plural, on all the injuries. What's your reserve like? Tibbs snorted. I have some, but I can't tell you how little there is. I do have enough to heal you. Don waved the suggestion aside, which surprised Tibbs. Shouldn't being able to absorb life essence make it easier to refill your reserve? Don asked. It's everywhere. It's in everyone, Tibbs corrected. Then the other essences. You can channel whatever the best is. And the dungeon figured that out a long time ago. He uses a lot of will when he unleashes essence attack, and he's done something to the essence that makes the wall that makes, oh boy. All right, that needs to be, and he's done something to the essence within the walls that makes it difficult to pull from them. I also have to focus on pulling the essence in, and the dungeon has been keeping us busy. With what? Jackal croaked. You're alive! Tibbs exclaimed. Of course he was alive. He'd said it the whole time. I'd like to argue that, the fighter said, then sighed. I can't believe I went through all that, and there was nothing in the chest. And that concludes chapter 82 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up on Royal Road for free, along with the other books. And if you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it is every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Let's deal with this. Alrighty, and welcome to the stream to Turanime. Enjoy the lurk. And good morning, Darth. I hope your language center will realign itself. This needs to be. Hey, Nursing Geek, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Oh, cool. No crash. All right. I need to... well, I need to... Let's open that right now so it's done. You're awake, you think. Jury's still out. Well, you know, have the judge call the jury in and give their verdict. I am doing well. Thank you. Nice, quiet morning. Did what I needed to do to the bare minimum, really. But it got done. Great. Now it's gonna lock up. Yeah. I don't know why, but it hates working with the house drive. Or at least that's what I suspect, because that's when the problems, when I started using the house drive as a central system and made, because I don't have a way of syncing all my computers from the house drive to have a folder on the local computer. That's when all this constant crashing or this constant locking up, that's when it started happening, and it is annoying. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 40 allies. We're going up against 50 enemies. And we are off. Can I get my one assist? I only need one. Come on, people. Give me one. One assist. Nothing more. Just one. Come on. Oh, well. Monterey is in first place. Slivers in second. Nursing Geek climbs to third. Oh, I've got an assist. Haha. Good. Good. That should let me finish that quest. Nursing Geek is now in second place. Bread for Kid is no longer there as Mope takes over third. And, oh, somebody else has a lion. Cool. Welcome to the themed battle. Alrighty, and there we go. We are done. We have one. Monterey is in first place. 5 kill, 16 assists. Nursing Geek is in second place. 1 kill, 18 assists. And Mope is in third. 3 kill, 9 assists. We have gold twice. Do we have the Lady Rights? Dr. Derp. The Onatikun. Well, Bluer, you get gold. And the other one goes to Monterey. And we move on to a skin chest. Alright, need to clear a quest. And that gives me paladins to put down. Now, 3 paladins should be good. Oh, we will ask for range. And need to remember to put the high ground. And in half an hour, let's see how this turns out. Nursing Geek redeemed. Switch from Archer to Tanks. Nursing Geek has been switched to Tanks. Let me do this. Also, your clock has been updated. All right. I want to finish this, otherwise I'm going to forget and screw things up. I was trying to get them all leveled. Cool. As that is basically how I'm doing all my units. I raise them all even leveled. I fully approve of the process. All right, so because this is another larger chapter, I will get going on it. And I will confirm that my microphone is on. Turn off my desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 82 of Breaking Step. Wait. How about we restart this and do it correctly. Which means I need to take this. I need to delete that. All right. Now I'm starting the recording officially. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 83 of Breaking Step. Are you sure you're okay? Mez asked Jackal as the fighter stood and stretched, wincing in the process. I'm fine. Jackal replied in that tone he used when being asked a question was what annoyed him instead of having to give the answer. Tibbs healed me. The archer looked at him. His body's healing. Tibbs corrected. There isn't much that can be done about his mind, Don added. He was slower in standing, even if there had been less damage. It was still more than the sorcerer had ever Yeah, that's actually not true. That is actually not true. I need to fix this. Because Don has been injured way more than this once. All right. Okay. I am going to have to go back in book 2 to verify the specifics, but I think that works. The only time the sorcerer had been more injured as far as Tibbs knew was when he'd been tortured. And this time he hadn't complained or even demanded Tibbs to heal him as soon as Jackal was able to talk. Ha, ha, Jekyll said. Okay, but how wise is it to continue with Tibbs nearly out of essence and all our items drained? Tibbs asked. He looked up. The sun was a handspan past the zenith. Actually, considering this doesn't match outside, shouldn't we turn around? It's what, the middle of the afternoon now? It's going to take us a while to make it back to the floor's entrance. Jekyll looked up, then at Tibbs. How sure are you that moves at the same speed as outside? Tibbs shrugged. It wasn't like he could ask Stowe, but he had no reason to trick them that way. Jekyll wasn't happy, but it was the best Tibbs could offer until he knew the reasons behind Stowe's silence. All right, but we're going by a different route, and we're checking all the buildings for loot. And for guard dogs? Don whispered. He grinned at Jackal's shudder. You are not funny. He kinda is. Mez grinned at the glare leveled on him. I, Jekyll kicked the dog, sending it back through the door. His punch crushed the back of the dog, biting his other leg. Not! He grabbed the one that had jumped on his back. Afraid! He threw it at the wall, where it left a crack and crumbled away as it slid to the ground. The fighter looked around, eyes wide and panting. I'm convinced, Mez said. You could have helped. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Don replied. My bow's still pretty much drained, Mez said. I figure it's best to keep it for real danger. Jekyll looked at Tibbs. You barged in without letting me check for traps. You deserved what happened. The dogs had been laying in wait inside to throw themselves at whoever opened the door, and Jekyll hadn't even waited for Tibbs to tell him what he'd sensed. There haven't been any traps in any of the other buildings, Jekyll replied, exasperated. Until now, Commodore said, and didn't react to the fighter's glare. And hopefully, Don said, now that you've bitten them without help, you won't be as scared of them. I'm not scared of them. They're dungeon creatures. Mez and Don exchanged a look, then grinned. Tibbs left the others to their ribbing and entered the building. Another home. On the left was a fire pit with stone chairs and a low table on one side of it. On the table was a plate with 2 pastries and 1 cookie. They were filled with essence. The pastry felt the same, while the cookie had a different mix. He took the wrapped pastries. He took the wrapped pastries he'd taken from the other houses and set them next to these. Unwrapping them, they were different kinds. They both in how they looked and how the essence in them felt. There was a way of working out what they did. There would be a pattern to know how they were made. There would be a pattern to how they were made that told them that. Possibly the nuts and fruits would match the boost they gave. But for now, the only way he had to test them was to let Jackal eat one and watch the result. His friends was not in the state to deal with Tibbs being wrong right now. But for now, at the moment, he wrapped them up. The guild would take them, he expected, but hopefully they'd let them know what they did before the next run. A door opened to a sleeping room. The other one was like Zachariah's art room. He didn't know a lot of people who had lived. He didn't know if the people who lived here were here had all done art But such rooms were common. Some, like this one, had easels, brushes, and bowled with dried colors. Others had chisels and stones partially cut and nut. What none of them had was a wardrobe with intricate patterns woven on it. So it would be a chest. Or maybe it was just something that wasn't common in these rooms. It was, okay. Yeah, do I need this? Yeah, this, I don't need that. It was stone, like everything else, and the essence through it was what he'd expect. It didn't feel like the chest did. He opened it, and the only thing there was a sword resting against the back. Possibly this had been left by the occupant, who had been a fighter. The weave could account for it not rusting away. It was half Tibbs's height. The blade was thick, and metal was the main part of the weave. Magic, he told Jackal. Magic, he told Jackal on exiting the building, and they tied it to Mez's pack. You can check the next building, the fighter said. Tibbs, Don said, pointing to a large building visible above the roof. What can you tell from it? It's like the rest, the essence, I mean. It was 4 stories tall, the tallest building they'd come across at this point. Some, deeper in the city, were taller, since they could see them over the roofs from where they stood. But the permit building had been the tallest one before this. We're checking it out, Don said, heading in that direction. I'm the one who says that, Jekyll called after the sorcerer. No, Miss said, following Don. You say, get me all the loot. The road bifurcated in front of the building, an arch, so that Tibbs expected they reconnected on the other side. It was about half the width of the permit building, but deeper than wide. The walls had columns supporting outcropping from the other floors. Tibbs has stated it is made the same as the other buildings, Kremdar said. Does that not mean it cannot be a dungeon room? Even if it is, Mez said, we don't have the time to deal with it. He motioned to the sun, which was approaching the midpoint between zenith and the horizon. What's got you so excited? Jekyll asked Don, who was walking around it, gazing in a mix of awe and disbelief. I've seen it before. The sorcerer grinned. How? Jekyll asked. A book, Tibbs replied. No, part of the library the part of the library that holds the ancient texts looks exactly like this. How is that possible? Miz asked, looking first at Tibbs, then Kumdar. I do not know, the cleric said. This is Don's expertise, not mine. I have no idea how it's possible, the sorcerer said excitedly. How do dungeons know what they know? However they do, that is the repository. Yeah. Maybe the dungeon knows what the people it ate knows? Jekyll said. Has there been anyone from your city among the new runners? Don laughed. How would I know? He faced them. You don't understand. I wasn't allowed in the repository. And it was filled with books, and it's right here. He grinned. Imagine what we can find in it. Traps, Tibbs said. Dungeon creatures, Mez added. Books, Jekyll said with a shudder. There's a line missing. I have no idea what I initially wanted there, but there's a line missing there. Okay, Jekyll began, and Don rushed for the door. Don, stop! But he motioned excitedly to the large double doors. Let me finish. We don't have a lot of time left. We don't have a lot of essence left. Those aren't good things to have when planning on exploring something that large. How are we dealing with whatever creatures the dungeon put in there? The traps. This is the kind of thing we want to be rested for, to start on early. I just want to take a peek. Don sounded almost like he was pleading. It's going to be here on the next run, Tibbs said, and with full reserves, As said, we'll be able to deal with anything there. Don looked at the door, then straightened. We come here directly. Jekyll nodded. We deal with this, then go back to looking for the boss room. It could be in there. It could be in here, Mez said. Jekyll scoffed. Don says it's filled with books. There's no way the floor boss is going to be among that. The sole aspect which supports your statement, Kamdar says, is that the building is somewhat close to the entrance, which would make for a perfect place for the boss. Don said, every runner is going to dismiss it because we all know the boss room would never be so close to the entrance. We'll find out during the next run, Jekyll said. Right now, I want to leave because I'm getting hungry and Tibbs won't let me have any of the pastries. The pastries I know he's hoarding. I'm keeping them so the guild will take them, Tibbs replied. Just one, Jekyll pleaded. I'm sure it won't do anything bad. Tibbs rolled his eyes. Then we should ignore all the buildings on the way so you can get to eat sooner. I'm not that hungry, the fighter replied. Jekyll slashed angrily at the gray-skinned person golem as he backed up the stairs. It took the blow on its shield, and Tibbs nearly tripped, the heel of his boot catching on the next step, and the sword pierced his side. How could he have been so careless after the constant chastising of Jekyll not being careful? He slashed, but the golem's colorful clothing cut his blade, and instead of cutting through, he unbalanced it. The stairs were the only paces away when the stairs were only paces away. Then it would be a quick trek to the inn and Russell's excellent cooking. The day had made him hungry too, and he figured they were done. This close, what could Stowe throw at them? Golem people, that was what. They'd scattered as soon as Tibbs yelled about the doorway forming, but the golems were already falling. And Jekyll, being Jekyll, had thrown himself at them without consideration for how low his reserve was, and how low his reserve was. His skin hadn't turned quite as gray as usual, and hadn't stopped the sword as it usually did. They had extricated him, but Don and Mez were carrying him up the stairs, while Tibbs and Kamdar dealt with the remaining golem people, while trying to keep up with the others. Jekyll wasn't dying, but he had to be in pain, and Tibbs was too busy to help. Tibbs parried and ducked under the staff coming at him from behind. Kamdar's staffs impacted the golem's shield and spilled darkness over and onto the arm. It didn't react, but Tibbs sensed the darkness weakening the essence it came in contact with. The shield cut his sword, but it cut through it and the arm. Then Tibbs angled himself to deal with another of the golem people, trusting Kamdar with this one. We're at the doorway, Don yelled. Tibbs glanced up to judge a distance and cursed as the impact against his poorly angled shield staggered him. We will need to run, Kamdar said. We turn our back on them and they'll cut them. Do you have enough essence to keep their swords from opening yours? He tried to think of some way to get distance. He'd eyes the step already, but only for the golem not to slide down. They were too heavy for how much air he could send at them right now, same with earth or fire. I am disappointed to state that darkness does not make for an effective shield against weapon such as sword. Tibbs! Mez yelled. Protect Kamdar! At the top of the steps, he sensed the fire essence forming into an arrow. Did Mez have enough left? Behind me, he told the cleric, and Kamdar moved. Tibbs slashed to keep the two front golem away, but they took the hits and one. Moving up to occupy the space Kamdar had vacated, making room for a third golem to step forward, and the fire exploded against the new golem, stronger than Tibbs expected, and his essence, while only deflected part of the heat. He ignored the pain it caused before he absorbed it in favor of turning and running after Kamdar. He felt a sword add another cut in his armor. Then they were up and following Mez through the doorway. We need to better manage our essence, Jekyll said, seated against the opposing wall once Tibbs had disrupted the trigger and the doorway became stone again. What you need, Don snapped, is to stop throwing yourself into fights, or going into a room before I check them for traps. Tibbs added, hands on knees, suffusing himself with purity, but not getting the usual quick restoration. As we are close to the dungeon exit and the cleric station there, Commodore said, it might be wise to head that way and avail ourselves of the service. We can discuss all the things we should have done with a tankard in hands and a meal before us. Best idea, Jekyll replied, pushing himself to his feet, then starting to topple forward, only to be caught by Mez, who barely looked able to stand himself. I might need help to make it to the exit. I think he might have left some of his mind behind, Don mused, getting under Jackal's other arm. That is what our leader wishes you to believe, the cleric said. Jackal still has all the mind he began this run with. Stop revealing my secrets, the fighter grumbled. Don sighed. That's what I was afraid of. And this concludes chapter 83 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road along with the other books. And if you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. The links are in the note. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. And hello to Lady Wrights. Thank you very much. Welcome for this. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was good and that your day is going well. Forgot this was today because your stream cut yesterday. I will be right back. Thank you. They are going well. Have the kind of regular / usual crash of Scrivener because it pulls from the house drive and it's really not liking that, but it's the only way I know of to sync my machines right now. I don't have, which is why I've reinstalled Dropbox. And I'm going to give it a couple of days to see if it's going to turn into an advertising box, like a lot of apps do these days. And if it doesn't, I will probably put that there and hope that it will resolve the issue. Hey, Paul, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're okay. I am glad to hear that. Surviving. Well, I hope things improve, but I am glad that you have reached at least that point. Right. And what are you up to today, Paul? Watching a bit of Doctor Who. Very cool. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 47 allies. We're going up against 47 enemies. And Quinn is in first place. BMAC is in second. BMAC takes over first. Evadine is in second. Quinn is now in third. Evadine is in first. BMAC is in first. Evadine is in second. Helpful Onion is in third. And yes, the lady writes, I am still streaming to both locations. BMAC is in first. Evadine in second. Helpful Onion is in third. And with that, we're done. We have won. Oh, I killed armored unit. Very nice. I completed that quest. BMAC is in first place. 16 kill, 11 assist. Evadine is in second place, 19 kill. And Helpful Onion is in third with 17 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady rights? We do. So the lady gets gold. And then a Centurion, which no one is currently claiming. So BMAC gets the Centurion. And we move on to the boss. Alright, clear quests. another paladin. I dislike the lack of space on this map. The access is all very narrow. I do not like that. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And of course, Scrivener locked up again. To auto lead into my stream. Okay, cool. I have no idea how that is supposed to happen, but thank you. Yeah, a lot of stuff with YouTube needs to be done ahead of time. All right, so I will start on the other chapter. Why are you... How are you there? By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. If you're not online and it won't work as smoothly as our raid method on Twitch, please, more people will visit. Cool. Very cool. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back. How about I actually pay attention to what I say, what I do, because I don't have the correct image up. There we go. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 84 of Breaking Step. Tibbs let his thoughts float on the water essence around him. He hardly had to pull the essence for him to him for his reserve to absorb it. There was so much of it around the lake. Let's restructure this. Don't need the rest. Tibbs let his thoughts float on the water essence around him. There was so much of it around the lake, he hardly had to pull the essence to him for his reserves to absorb it. The novelty of how calm the lake was had worn away, so it was mostly people with water as their element who sat around or in it. Many of them runners, as well as below Epsilon, all well below Epsilon, while a few were adventurers above that. A group of 6 sorcerers stood by the water, but well away from anyone. One was around Gamma, while the others Delta, their attention definitely on the lake. The scattering of adventurers sat among the runners, other than the ruggedness of their equipment, and Tibbs sensing how much more essence they had, they could pass for other runners. Other runners reading or talking, while water essence gently refilled their reserve. Only 3 runners were, like him, actively pulling essence in, and in them, Tibbs could sense their reserve filling. He'd asked Darren about buying the lake, like he had the land where the corruption pool was, but unlike it, the guild wasn't looking to discharge itself of the land the pool rested on. It could still be purchased, the merchant had told him, but the amount of money needed to convince the guild would be so high that even a merchant like him would have trouble explaining where it had come from. Darren hadn't said more, but Tibbs understood the message. The guild would ask questions, and it had adventurers who could force Darren to speak the truth. And in the end, what would Tibbs gain from owning the lake? Coins for selling it to water sorcerers? He'd need a lot of them to help Craggle Rock survive the destruction of the guild. Tibbs had made the mistake of asking Darren how towns this is how towns that didn't have um, a guild worked, and the merchant had talked him through pages and pages of numbers, explaining how the coins were distributed. He'd then casually mentioned that if someone, like Tibbs, was cautious about how he used the promises he had, such a person could manage to set up an infrastructure that would be needed, the infrastructure that would be needed if a town wanted to. He'd smile in that way that made it clear he knew something others didn't, to force the guild to leave them alone. And Tibbs hadn't, and Tibbs figured the town would own the lake once the guild was gone. And if the governing body, another thing Darren had explained the city without a guild wanted to, they could sell it and get the coins directly. Tibbs had no idea how he'd go about finding people to run things in Craggle Rock, but he was starting with Krosef. The server knew business and what runners needed, and the sorcerers were no longer focusing on the lake, sending essence in it and pulling it out. There was no one with air around, so Tibbs used it to carry their words to him. Happened before? One of the Delta sorcerers asked. They had an etching before them, too complex for Tibbs to understand. 3 nexus this close together? The one next to her replied, not in this configuration. I don't know if the Berkian site qualifies, the one facing them said. I was thinking about Justitin, he said, but Berkion is. His focus wavered, and as he felt eyes on him, and whatever they said was lost to the distance. The sorcerer mentioned to the lake and the town. Tibbs stood as he looked around, but no one seemed to be watching. He headed for the sorcerers. Wish I'd heard about that floor, the Gamma sorcerer said, before they started sending those crawlers in. Like we could have done anything about it, the other woman said. You do remember how hard it was to get permission to leave the academy to study this lake. Still, to have seen that city before crawlers broke everything, the Gamma sorcerer said wistfully. The dungeon rebuilds everything we break, Tibbs said, and they stared at him as if they didn't understand what he said. Maybe they didn't. Did the magic of the platform make it so anyone who received it understood anyone else who had it? Or was it? And why would that matter? The Gamma sorcerer asked. The tone wasn't quite as dismissive as Tibbs had received, but it was clear he thought little of his opinion. If you ask the guild, I'm sure they'll let you go in tomorrow. Whatever Quigley's team breaks, it'll be fine by tomorrow morning. They probably won't charge you too much to be added to the schedule since there's no one. Okay. Since there's no one doing that floor for the rest of the week. Do a crawl? One of the women said disdainfully. We're no crawlers anymore. We're scholars. Then you won't get to know anything about it, Tibbs said. She snorted. We'll ask those who survive it. Tibbs smiled. He'd make sure to let Quigley know about these sorcerers, so he could ask for a lot of coins to give them the information. What's so special about the lake? He asks. Nothing, the Gamma sorcerer replied, cutting off the sorcerer who was about to answer Tibbs. You were studying it kind of hard for it not to be special. The only other place where sorcerers look at it like you were is the corruption pool. Is that what you were pointing? Is that where you were pointing to? Don't, the Gamma sorcerer said as that same sorcerer opened his mouth. What is he going to do? He's a crawler. I don't even understand the significance of this lake, let alone that this city somehow has three of them. Three? The sorcerer ignored his superior's glare. Nexus, like this lake, that pool, and the area by the training grounds, should take centuries of something concentrating the essence until there is so much of it a connection to the element forms. Can't they happen if something big happens? Exactly. Then the sorcerer gave Tibbs an odd look. There was a corruption adventurer in not long after the pool formed, and I asked him if he was going to remove it. He told me he couldn't because something had happened to make the pool close to the corruption element. The sorcerer gave the Gamma one an uncomfortable smile. You might as well continue. The mystery is how there could be three events that would create such a connection to three of the elements. Water, corruption, and... Right, Earth. Tibbs had had his audience behind the archery field. Did that mean there was such a place inside Stowe? One for fire? Or would fire sorcerers try to buy the dungeon away from the guild if that was the case? What about where he'd had his audience with light? Or the alley for metal? How many until Craggle Rock receives so much attention the guild couldn't ignore it anymore? He walked away, his mind spinning. He had to hurry to find a way to bring Marger here. Tibbs slowed his pace as he felt watched again. He extended his sense, but no one within the marketplace stood out. Marketplace crowd stood out. He reached for the jerky in his pocket. No one with an element was directing their essence at him, which was usually what triggered his sense. Some of the guards were keeping an eye on him since they knew he was a rogue, and Irdian probably had orders to catch him in the act, so they'd have an excuse to send him to the cells again. But this wasn't what triggered his sense. Hi, Serba. Hey, Serba. He dropped his hand, and the dog that had settled next to him, snatched the jerky out of it. The dog was massive and with black fur. Who's this? Timber, she replied, falling into step on his other side. Who is going to get a talking to? It's your essence, isn't it? You're doing something to make dogs like you. I'm just being nice to them. He rubbed the dog's head. The dungeon has dogs now. And do you have them eating out of your hands too? She asked in derision. I didn't have any jerky. He glanced at her. Does Irdian have sorcerers keeping watch on me? She snorted. You aren't so important the commander will devote those kind of resources. You and rackets are only one of many things he needs to deal with. And right now, the nobles are trying to cut themselves off from the city. The noble that are trying to cut themselves off from the city are taking most of his attention. What made you think he'd done that? Just a sense of things. He studied her face while focusing his sense on her. How are you feeling? I'm fine, she replied, tone sharp. Her essence felt as full as someone without an element did, so she might not have caught what was going around. Do you know what's making people sick? No, she hesitated. Neither do the clerics. He raised an eyebrow to prompt her. She sighed. Yesterday, the men stationed at the edge of the city on Dungeon Way just dropped where they stood. We have guards suffering from the weakness, like everywhere else in the city, but they said they'd felt fine, then all of a sudden, exhaustion hit. The commander had clerics look them over, and all they said was that he had to stop overworking them. But Irdian doesn't do that. The schedule has us on light patrol unless there's something going on, and they include times for us to rest. But do they rest? She shrugged. That's not my problem or the commander's. I'm dealing with it by avoiding anyone who isn't a runner as much as I can. She tapped her thigh. She tapped her thigh 3 times, and Timber moved next to her. Not tapped, slapped. She slapped her thigh 3 times, and Timber moved next to her. I have to get back to my patrol. I just need to know. What things. One thing. Just need to know one thing. How is Jackie dealing with the dogs in the dungeon? Tibbs grinned. By hitting them as hard as he can. But don't worry, they still like him. She smiled. I'm starting to like this dungeon. Tibbs turned into the alley, passing through the shadow cast by the setting sun. They were still watching him. The sense had come back not long after Sir Bud left, and he'd spent the afternoon trying to locate them. Now he was left with one conclusion. They had an element. And there was only one element that had a chance to hide itself from his sense. The only one Tibbs could think of with the coin needed to hire an adventurer were the nobles, but while some of them didn't like him, and a few probably suspected he broke into their houses, he only took a silver, so they had no reason to take drastic actions. There had been the brokerage, but there hadn't been any assassins since the woman, so he figured they had no longer so he figured word they no longer had the contract for his death had gotten around. This could be someone who hadn't gotten the message, but it felt wrong. If they had darkness, why stretch this? They could have attempted to kill him that first time he'd sensed this. He stepped onto an unusually empty street. The cleric and guards at the door of a house would be the reason people avoided this area right now. The guard nailed a plaque to the door of a house. To the door. Three others had such plaques on their doors on that side of the street, four on this side. Far too many doors throughout Cragglrock had them, marking the house as having someone afflicted by the weakness. Marking the house as someone afflicted by the weakness living there, and that others were to stay away. Don had explained what contagion was. That should not be capitalized. How sickness could jump from one person to the other. How it happened, he didn't have a definite answer. All he'd read and all the physician he talked with had were theories, ideas of how it might happen if the clerics knew. Well, if the clerics knew, well, they never spoke of anything they knew. It was as if they were afraid that if others knew what they did, they would no longer be needed. Not that needing them seemed to help anyone at the moment. Someone called to the passerby at the intersection further along. That road was as busy as others, and the man proclaimed his potion, proclaiming and the man proclaimed his potion as being able to protect from the weakness. They weren't allowed to stand in the street and sell, but they seemed to matter. They seemed to matter to Irrity even less than Tibbs did at the moment. So alchemists filled stalls in marketplace and before the dungeon street, each claiming to have a remedy for it and all other ailment. Of all of them, Tibbs had only sensed two who, like the blacksmith and baker, had a faint element in their essence that didn't show up in their eyes. Alchemy was a real thing. Don had confirmed when the first one had appeared, and Tibbs asked how what they sold could work if they couldn't weave or etch. The alchemy was the process of pulling essence out of object, much like sorcerers did, but by using natural processes, such as soaking and filtering, boiling and overheating. Tibbs asked how such thing was possible, and Dodd had pointed to something as simple as coating a blade with rotten meat to impart it with some corruption, so the rot would spread to a victim. Alchemists simply used more refined methods. Alchemy, he told them, was the domain of those who aspired to an element but couldn't work up the courage to go through the steps to gain one. Don hadn't spoken with the mocking Tibbs expected, as if he thought it was a valid route to take, unlike adventurers who seemed to mock anyone who lacked the fortitude to even try. But as real as it was, because the potions alchemists created didn't have the immediate result of those made through essence weaving, it led to charlatans claiming to be such, and as far as Tibbs was concerned, those were who filled it. Filled what? filled it. Filled the market and streets. Who filled the markets and streets, taking coins from the desperate while offering only false hope in return. He'd set his rogues to watch those who only came for the day, sold lies, and then left. Those were to those would return home only to discover that the coins they had made had stayed in Craggle Rock, where they belonged. Tibbs shook himself and stepped between two houses as the cleric and guard moved on to the next one to be marked. He had something to deal with, and with them moving away, this would work as a place to have the confrontation. He slipped into a dark corner, resisting the urge to use darkness. Since they were using the essence, they would be able to sense someone else using it, and he didn't want to give away that advantage yet. He waited and listened more. Darkness couldn't make someone disappear completely, at least not unless they were much stronger, according to Kumdar. It made someone not want to notice the person wrapped in it, but since he knew they were coming, he should be able to make something out of them, enough to plant a sword through and finish this. But no one came. No muffled step, no barely noticeable shadows creeping along, but he still felt watched, which meant they were that powerful, and Tibbs only had one way to know where they were. He breathed his nervousness away. He'd only use a little essence, and he would be extremely careful with it. He channeled darkness and pulled the thinnest strand of it out of his reserve, then kept a tight hold on it as he let it travel through his channels to his node of sight. And that concludes chapter 84 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this book, it is up on Royal Road for free, along with the other ones in the series. And if you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 58 allies. We're going up against 67 enemies. Let's see. Quinn is in first place. Bonska's in second. Jesse Q is in second. Bonska's in third. Quinn is still in first. See, Quinn is in first, Jesse is in second, Nevo is now in third, and looks like the last batch is being handled. And we're done. We have won. Cursor, there's the cursor. Quinn is in first place with 14 assists. Evadine is in second place, 8 kill, 4 assists. And Nevo is in third, 7 kill, 3 assists. We have gold twice. Do we have the Dr. Derp? How about an O Natikun, a bluer Swede, and the lady writes. All right, so bluer gets gold. We have fairies. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? We do not. And the monk is not currently claimed by anyone. So, because Stinks lost Lolicon, you get fairies. Fox Rider gets gold. Darth Torlin has been monked. And we move on to the next map, where we will have skin, gold, and the boss. Nothing there, so we start with a hard battle on the way to the skin chest. Yeah, the low line is harder than the top line. And paladins again. Okay, what comes after that? I believe this is part of a chain. Kill ranged enemies. I don't know what went up. Okay, nothing that needs to be paid attention to. And as usual with this map, high ground is the spell I need. And in half an hour we will see how this turns out. Alright, so that is actually done. Now to bring up the next story. The World Witches. Alright, so Alright, and this is on the shorter side, but I'm going to start it early, well, early without delay, by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm on the correct screen I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we're doing chapter 38 of The World Witches. You're related? I blurt out, reeling from the revelation. He's adopted, she states, looking down on him. The tone makes it clear that, however that happened, she isn't happy about it. I'm not helping you with whatever scheme you're running. She steps back and slams the door, but Brandon keeps it from closing. It doesn't bounce. Then I notice part of her back in the gap. Ellen, Brandon says with a sigh. For those who were there when I wrote this, yes, I changed her name. My co-scriptor pointed out that it's way too early for names to have evolved that much. Helen, Brandon says with a sigh. Doesn't matter how hard you try, you aren't going to move my hand. He considered something as she steps away. Actually, no, considers. Need to remember this is present. He considers something as she steps away. Mom won't let you use magic in the house, remember? Mother doesn't want me using big magic in the house, she replies. He grins. You think anything small is going to get me to leave? There's an annoyed huff, then silence. A few seconds later, Brandon gives the door a push and it swings inward. She isn't there. Come on in, he says, stepping inside. I glance at Silver, who shrugs, and I follow him. Inside, the house looks like any I've been in, except for how high the ceiling is. They've removed the second story to make more headroom. The furniture in their living room is also built for taller people, except for one chair, identical to the other. Okay. But smaller. Except for one chair, identical to the others, but smaller. We find Ellen in the kitchen, leaning against the counter, steaming cup in hand. You want anything? Brendan asks, taking cups from the cupboard. Didn't you say it was her house? I ask, uncomfortable with how freely he's acting. Mom and Dad would really be cross with her if she started acting like it wasn't also my house. He goes through a series of clay containers and finally looks at her. What did you do with my tea? She closes her eyes as she sips, and he keeps looking at her. She sighs and opens the top cupboard, taking a clay container down. You're never here, she says as he opens his mouth, and it was taking space for nothing. Just be happy I didn't throw it out. I'd have told Dad. He puts a spoonful in a cup. You two okay with tea? I look at Ellen. He's going to do whatever he wants, she says, always has. Brendan scoffs. Dennis, if you and Silver want to sit, there are chairs in the closet over there. I'm okay, I reply, because I don't feel like rummaging in someone else's house under the prompting of the person she clearly doesn't want here. You good too? I'm good too. Silver leans against the wall, watching the scene with a lot of attentiveness. Brendan hands each of us a cup after adding steaming water from a kettle. Give it a minute or two to steep. Then he leans against the counter next to his sister, breathing in the aroma from his cup. She's an elf, he says, as Silver opens her mouth. I am not an elf, Ellen replies, with the tone of someone who has endured this often. My species is Elethkera. Way too tall and thin, he replies before blowing on the steam. Pointy ears and aptitude for magic says health in my book. Stranger, I never heard you call father that, or mother. Them I respect. Brendan, aren't you here to ask for your sister's help? I say, shouldn't you be nicer? He sips his cup instead of answering. I know him too well to buy him being nice to me, Ellen says, which raises the question of why you even bothered coming. You even bothered coming. We need your help, I say. No, you don't, she replies and glares at Brandon. What are you pulling here? He sighs. Believe it or not, sis, nothing. Not. Brendan shrugs, which only causes her to glare harder. I'm sorry, Silver says, but I'm still trying to understand the he's adopted part. Why did your parent adopt him? Weren't their human parents willing to take him in? Well, she keeps glaring at him. He sighs. When I was a kid, me and parents lived in the Bedford. Oh, Silver pales. So you've heard of it, Brendan asks, and he looks between them. And I look between them. The Bedford Fire is one of the first songs I was taught. Some fire-breathing animal set the whole thing ablaze. That's what they say. Brendan, uh, okay. First I was the one, because later on she mentions that there's variations on the song. So let's, the one with the fire-breathing animal that set the whole thing ablaze. That's what they say. That's one of the stories. That's one of the stories, Brendan replies in a flat tone. I don't know how many of us survive, but I doubt it's more than 2 trains. I don't know how I survived. I remember heat, light, then someone carrying me, and then darkness. Then Mom let in the light. He looked in his cup, eyes distance. My parents were among those who helped fight the fire, Ellen says, her tone more clinical. Mother's magic is water, and Father's stone. I was too young to be part of it, of course, but Mother told me about finding Brandon in a fridge from before the system. There were signs someone built a fire block with bricks and stone, and probably the reason he didn't cook in it. No one came forward as being related to him, and no one came forward to take him or any of the other children who'd survived. So they did. They are good people, Brendan says, with some reverence in his tone, which vanishes as he continues. Kind of makes you wonder what happened with you. I had to deal with the two-faced asshole you turned out to. Oh, that is so rich coming from the bitch that made sure everyone outside this house knew how I thought I'd brought the curse with me. Curse? I asked. It's Silver who answers as these two are busy glaring. One version of the song has it that the system burned the neighborhood down because the people there were acting against it, purposely keeping those of age from getting their classes, forcing those with experience to hand it over to the community leaders, and that anyone who survived did so by cheating the system, and that it will be punishing them, and that it was punishing them along with anyone who helps them in the future. But the system doesn't do that. I say, I mean, if we don't pick a class, it gives us one, and you can't just give experience to someone. They have to gain it like with everyone else. Just like everyone else. People don't care about the system, about what the system can do when they're scared, Silver says. And that's not a song we're supposed to sing. Why did they teach it then? I ask. Because it's out there. It's a bard's job to know the songs and to decide which ones are and which ones are worth singing. We sing to tell stories and the histories, to inform and to entertain. And you can remember all that? She chuckles. The core ability for bards is a memory for songs. If I hear one, I remember it. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with knowing the music, just a boost to my singing skills. So it's still hours of training to do it properly. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, I tell Brandon. It's not like you had anything to do with what happened, he scoffs. Still sorry. I finished it. I think we should get going. We need to figure out how we're going to. The door slams open. Al, a man yells, "You'll never guess what that brother of yours did." He skids to a step as he enters the kitchen. Oh shit. Before he turns, Brandon is over the table and tackles him to the floor. Don't kill me, please, Brandon, don't kill me. You know I didn't mean it. He pulls the man to his feet. Come on, Stephen. When have I ever done more than rough you up? He lets him go, but stands in the doorway. What am I supposed to have done? Stephen looks at us and swallows. He's stocky and comes across as someone who works with his hand more than his mind. You killed 4 men? You what? Ellen exclaims. I didn't. You know how I feel about killing people, Elle. She turns her gaze on me and Silver, and Brandon bursts out laughing. He doesn't have it in him, he says. He tried to talk them down before the fight started, and Silver doesn't do combat. This is just Steven spewing bullshit as usual. Hey, I'm just saying what I heard. The police is on its way here to talk to Elle. To ask Hal where you are. There are 4 dead men not far from Adelaide, and there's a witness saying you murdered them. Brandon curses. What have you gotten yourself mixed in this time, Brandon? Ellen demands. There's this explorer from the club who wants Dennis's journal. He's an asshole and Dennis has a brain, so he said no. Xander hired some assassins to get it off his corpse, and Silver basically saved our asses with support magic. We kicked their asses in return, but they were alive when we left, and any competent inspector will be able to tell that without needing a mage. But if there's a witness, she says, they're lying. Then why do you look like you're ready to Okay. To bolt, she asks, instead of explaining things to the police. Because Xander's willing to have the man he hired murdered, then pay someone to lie about it. I don't want Dennis to end up in a cell for Xander to do whatever he wants. Dennis, we need to go now. Stephen, Ellen says, spread the word that I left last week. You've been looking after the plants. I went up north to meet up with my parents and help them. She steps past him. If they ask why you're up there, Stephen asks, how would you know that? How would you know? It's not because we share a bed that I tell you everything. You what? Brandon demands, and Stephen hurries to the other side of the kitchen. When I get back, you and I are going to have a talk, and if I even hear a hint that you aren't treating my sister the way she deserves to be treated, you will regret laying eyes on her. We catch up to her as she reaches the door, a long coat putting itself on her along with a satchel. What are you doing? Brendan asks. What does it look like? She replies, putting a foot into the knee-high boots that positions itself under it. I thought you didn't want anything to do with whatever Brendan, you're my brother. You might be a pain in the ass on their best day, but I'm not letting you deal with someone who can hire assassins, have them murdered, pay off a witness, and have you hunted down on your own. Mother and father would be cross with me if you got yourself killed and I hadn't at least tried to keep you alive. I grab his arm. Brendan, I think we need all the help we can get. Fine. He exits the house and we follow. Tell me you have at least planned a few steps ahead, Ellen says, like where we're going. The West Caravan Market, Brendan answers angrily, to get the first caravan going to Detroit. You just know how to make me hate having decided to help you, don't you? And that concludes chapter 38 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. And if you want to read ahead of that, you can read, that is on my Patreon, where it's about 10 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. Sure. No, wait. It says 38. needs to be. PDF. Okay. I need to do that. That'll be right. Whoa. What the? Where's 37? Huh. Really? I forgot that last week. Okay. Which means you will get bumped up a week. hope that's the only thing I forgot. Okay, so I did. That's the only thing I forgot to do, which I could have seen. There's no system message here on this one. Simplifies things a little bit. Hey, Mr. Decat. How are you doing today? Medical issue. It was a checkup, and that went perfectly fine. I am still in, the best healthy condition considering I have cancer. It is still under control. And how are you doing today? What are you up to this week? You're good, same as every day. Writing and chatting with friends. Very cool. All right. That is all done and up to date. And hopefully I didn't screw up anything. So that can be removed, I think. It can be down. May go back to novels after this month is over. I want to see if you can get one of them done this year. So you are working on short stories? One short story, two short stories will be novels in the future. Oh, very cool. Writing for fun, yeah. It's always good to allow that once in a while. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 63 allies. We're going up against 49 enemies. And we are off. Gator Paws is in first place. Zappa in second. Memi Trayette is in third. Let's see. Memi is in first. Gator Paws is in second. Jessica is in third. And I may not survive this, but I did put myself there on purpose. Oh, I am that is a way to accumulate assists, though. That's nice. Let's see. Memi is in first place. Gator Paws is in second. Jessica is in third. And there we go. Now we get to finish this. Oh, and I killed ranged enemies on top of that. Memi Trayette is in first place with 35 assists. Gator Paws is in second place, 14 and 14. Richter Scale made it to third with 6 kill, 3 assists. We have gold. Do we have the Dr. Derp? How about an Onatikun? The lady writes, well, bluer, you get more gold. Tank. Oh, wait, Tank. Do we have a nursing geek? We have a nursing geek, and they get the tanks. And the warriors are not currently claimed by anyone. So, Angela the Green, you get the warriors. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And I need to go clear quests. And I need to place 4 Centurions. Okay. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how that's going to turn out. And I will start on the chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, by confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch, and if you want to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 16 of Once Broken. Gun. Eric asked, as he did every time he and the others came for training. Whoops. Go back up there. Alex had 27 trainees, young men and women, naked, and it was down from the close to 40 he had the week before, when some of the older warriors took part, which was up from 0 he'd had before that. It took Eric and Sartas almost 2 weeks to convince anyone to take part in this, and Alex had the impression that those who'd come did so to humor an old woman. Alex had started with unarmed fighting, showing them proper posture, how to block and parry. He'd lost the warriors before that day was done. The youth seemed to feel this was more a game than something serious. And Rick asked about the guns, as if they were the important thing in a fight. Not today, Alex replied. They should be here soon, in a few days at most. He looked beyond the Somalians assembled before him to Tristan. He was sitting on the ground among scattered stone, holding his knees and rocking. He was having a bad day, and Alex was angry because he wanted to go comfort him. Eric pointed to the gun at Alex's belt. Use that. Alex shook his head. I can't teach just one of you to shoot. It isn't something the others learned by watching. Now take position. The Somalian crossed his arm over his chest. Here to learn to fight attackers, not tussle. The others watched them. Rigerik was the nominal leader of this group. Alex had yet to work out how he'd achieve the position. You might know how to tussle, Alex said, but that isn't going to let you survive a fight against a serious opponent. A gun is also not what lets you survive a fight. Rigerik said something in Somalian that had the others laughing before turning and heading away. Alex watched them. Was this because they were kids, or because they actually thought they could win a fight? With a sigh, he took the gun out of his holster, removed the power pack, and called to the Somalian. Rigerik turned, and Alex lobbed the gun at him. Shoot me down before I gut you. He unsheathed the knife, and as the Somalian fumbled to get a proper grip on the gun, Alex walked toward him once he was holding it proper to close to proper. With a smirk, Rigerik raised the gun and pulled the trigger. A second and third time, his expression becoming perplexed. He turned the gun in his hand and adjusted the power setting before trying to shoot Alex again. The Somalian didn't get another try. Alex slashed and Rigerik stepped back. Alex pressed with a stab at the man's stomach. It was deflected. Alex punched Rigerik's side and he snarled. He tried to claw Alex back, but his fingers got tangled in the gun's guard. Alex used the distraction to try and open Rigerik's side, but the Somalian stepped out of the way, throwing the gun away. He came at Alex with claws out, growling. Alex dropped the knife, cut Rigerik's arm, turned and pulled. With a yelp that sounded like a surprised dog, the Somalian flew over him and landed on his back. Alex was straddling his chest, another knife in hand, laser blade by the weight, and remembered this wasn't an enemy. He pressed the deactivated knife to the Somalian's throat. "You're dead," Alex said flatly. Rigerik tensed under him. "Don't." He put more strength on the knife. "The only thing trying to get out of this will do is spill your blood over the ground. You had a gun. You're still dead." "Cheated," Rigerik said. Alex snorted and bent forward, lowering his voice. "Of course I cheated. That's how you win. This isn't a tussle, it's a fight. You don't give your opponent a chance to gain the advantage. You take him down as quickly and as permanently as you can." A bark made him look up, then more, and he located Sartas, standing among the circle that had formed around him and Rigerik. She was laughing. She said something in Somalian, and Rigerik growled a response. Tensing, Alex reflexively dug the knife in harder, and the Somalian stopped moving. She noticed it and sobered. "Will you kill any student who fails you?" Alex looked at the knife. Even without a sharp edge, he was pressing it hard enough. Blood was beading along the length. He wouldn't cut any deeper. The two protective bones stopped him, but he hadn't realized just how hard he'd been pressing. He stood and offered his hand to the Somalian. Rigerik eyed him without anger. The emotions were mixed in his eyes, and Alex didn't know him well enough to make them all out. But he thought there was respect somewhere in there. Rigerik grabbed his hand, and Alex pulled as hard as he could. Rigerik touched his neck once he was up and rubbed the blood between his fingers. Alex watched his eyes to avoid looking down. He could see how excited this had made him in his peripheral vision, and if there was one thing he'd noticed over a week of making them fight, it was that they didn't stare at each other when they were hard. Alex was so happy he started wearing pants again for this. He wasn't displaying his own excitement for them to see. Rigerik sniffed the air between them. No, he didn't have to show anything for it to be on display, Alex reminded himself. He turned and walked to Sartas. He stopped. He had no business ordering her about. Took a breath to calm himself. "Can you translate for me?" She nodded. "Thank you." He turned to his trainees and waited until they stopped talking among each other. To Rigerik, who watched Alex with a look of he thought was more than respect now. "You wanted a lesson about guns, so here's the first one." He took the power pack out of the pocket while Sartas translated. "Never accept a weapon from someone who you aren't entirely sure is an ally, and even then, check it before trying to use it." I could have set the gun to blow up when Rigerik tried to use it, not just taking the power out of it. He indicated the gun on the ground. That doesn't win a fight. It's just a tool. If you're counting on it to win, you're already dead. You have to want to win before you use this. You have to treat fights as a matter of life and death, not as a game to play. Otherwise, you're dead. He went to it and picked the gun up, sliding the pack in before holstering it. "You're going to learn how to use guns. Don't worry about it. But you need to be able to win a fight without one first. I'm slimmer than Rigerik, less massive, nowhere near as strong. I still killed him. I won. I won because, to me, this isn't a game. It isn't a tussle. I won because to lose means I die, and I will not die." They watched him intently as Sartas finished speaking. No one said anything, but ears were flicking in the affirmative. If you're here because you thought this would be fun, because it gets you out of chores, or I don't know why, but it isn't because you want to win, go back to town. Sartas finished. No one moved. A deeper voice spoke behind him. A handful of the adults had joined them. The one speaking had been among the warriors who had welcomed him, and with Ealas. Alex stared at Sartas. She's telling them there is more to a fight than the size of your claws. That a fight can be won by thinking faster and harder than your opponent. That an opponent can be stronger than they look. That they need to learn to judge their opponent before taking on a fight. Taking on the fight. Pair up, Alex said. Fight to win, not to have fun. The two warriors joined the training, and Alex was surprised at the lack of posturing as they fought. Had he ever been like that as a kid? Honest about what he did and didn't know? He didn't think so. He remembered getting in trouble because he claimed to be better than his brother or sisters at something, then had to prove it and failed. He'd become the best at coercion, so he hadn't had to put on an act, but as he learned, he never admitted to knowing less than he did. Once he'd decided to take fighting seriously, he'd been the same. He hadn't been willing to show he was weaker than he was. It had served him, but posturing played a part in surviving among pirates, but watching the Somalians fight hard but honestly was a reminder that it was possible to be respected even if he wasn't the best. Rigerick was the only problem in the group. He'd take down his partner harder than he had to and then come to Alex, growling when he was assigned another partner, only to take him down harder than needed to the point where no one wanted to fight him. This was beyond fighting to win. The Somalian was trying to prove something. What's your problem? Alex snapped. You think you're too good for them? Fight you. Alex snarled internally as he realized he'd misread the look. It hadn't been respect. I don't have time for grudges. You're here to teach me. Alex paused. I'm going to beat you every time. You'd be better off learning from one of the older warriors. I'll learn from you. Alex didn't look down, but he could still see how the idea of fighting him excited Rigerick. Alex had stopped thinking of him that way after that first meeting. Once he'd realized he was much like the others here, but now the idea of shaping him, molding him, making him dangerous caused a tingle to travel to his groin. If not for Tristan, he could do some truly amazing things to this man. I won't be gentle. An affirmative flick of the ear. I'll learn. He motioned to the harness. Use claws. You're going to bleed if I use one of them. There's no avoiding it. Another flick of the ears. Alex nodded. Yes, if he wasn't already dedicated to Tristan, he could have fallen for a man willing to take the kind of punishment Alex was going to inflict, to become a better killer. When he took the jacket and harness off, Rigerick looked at his chest. There was no flinching in his gaze. He took in the scars, and the ears flicked in the affirmative again. He was definitely happy to learn from Alex. Alex smiled, definitely happy to teach him. He took 2 polycarbon knives and readied himself. Rigerick sniffed the air and smiled before launching himself at Alex. The bloody line on his body felt good. He'd missed the pain of claws raking his body as he fought, of the impact of a fist, the sensation of his knife digging into flesh, hearing his opponent hiss at his own pain. Rigerick wasn't Tristan. He'd never give the kind of fight Alex craved, the ones where he was pushed beyond what he could endure, but simply by being stronger than Alex was, and as he became better at fighting, Rigerick was giving him a taste of what he'd get again soon. He helped Rigerick up, and the Somalian favored his left leg. Alex hadn't held back when he kicked it out from under him. Somalians didn't hold back. They had an energy they weren't afraid to display. be it in fighting, arguing, or loving. After every training, some of the Somalians left together as in pairs or a larger group, and soon after, if things were quiet, you could hear their passion. He looked to Tristan, who was back to building the wall, and he'd hurt. It hurt that he couldn't get the little he used to. He'd never call what they'd shared passion, but it had felt like intimacy for the little times it lasted. All right, Alex called as three men walked among the trainees carrying jars of green unguent. See to your injuries, and then we're done for the day. One of the men stopped before Somalian and offered her the jar. Head bowed, she took it, spoke words, and they applied it to her cuts. The ritual was repeated any time one of the men stopped by someone with cuts. A halas made the unguent in her home, and the men were acolytes, if Alex understood the house's hierarchy. A man with a jar walked by Alex and offered it to Rigarik. The ritual was repeated. On the first day, it had been offered to Alex, who hadn't known about the ritual, and Rigarik had taken it, then offered to put it on Alex's wound. Other trainees did the same with those they fought against, or friends, Alex figured. The unguent felt cool on his cuts when Rigarik applied it. The Somalian's touch was gentle, as if he felt he had to make amends for the injuries. Alex had explained he didn't have to worry about it, but Rigarik hadn't changed. Three older Somalians joined them, two women, Terrell and Torel Salst, and a man, Grekri All. Rick had introduced them the first day they came to watch as part of the town's council. They had talked with him regarding how to protect the town beyond training the youth, and now they were here to let him know who was willing to be a sentry. Alex didn't have as many as he'd like. No one saw a point in keeping watch for shuttles that might not show up for months. Those who had agreed tended to be the more solitary of the Somalians. His trainees had all volunteers, and he'd added them to the pool, but only 2 or 3 at a time, so most of them could train. Every day, Rigarik tried to convince more of the older warriors to take part in protecting the town, but every morning he informed Alex they weren't going to do it. Alex told them to stop, but the Somalian didn't listen. When they had agreed on who would be on watch for the night, the older Somalians headed back to the town along with most of the trainees. Rigarik indicated the town. Come? Alex shook his head. I don't drink, I explained that. He didn't drink alcohol because he didn't trust himself not to do something utterly stupid with the Somalian as a way of coping with how much he missed Tristan. Come talk. Don't be alone. With the amount of translating he'd done over the last weeks, Rigarik had become better with Standard. I don't mind being alone, and if I go, you're going to have to stick with me to the entire time since I don't understand anyone here. I don't mind. I do. Go be with your friends. Go enjoy your evening. Alex, you... Rigarik stopped as Alex heard someone shouting. A Somalian was running toward them, black fur with bright red spots, one of the daytime sentries. He pointed to the sky. Ship! He yelled. Alex looked in the direction he was pointing, and after searching, found the dot that was the incoming ship over the tree line. That would be Jacoby, Alex thought. It should be Jacoby, he corrected. What if it wasn't? Rigarik, get them all in the house. He indicated the group that had only made it 100 feet. I'll make sure the hover lands here, so get everyone ready in case they're here to attack. You go alone? You need to tell them what to do. Go. What to do. Go. But, look, it's probably just Jacoby returning with the guns, but we can't take any chances. Get everyone on their cover. A toothy smile grew on his face, and he ran off, barking orders. Alex grabbed his harness and put it on, then his gun belt, and then his jacket, and moved to stand in the middle of the clearing, in sight of anyone flying the hover. He checked that the power pack had a full charge and turned the gun on at full power before putting it back in the holster. He relaxed and waited. Once Alex could make out enough of the hover, he could tell it was flying in his direction. Either they saw him on scanner, or this was always their destination. As it came closer, he relaxed. He relaxed and waited. You know what? I don't really need this. As it came closer, he could make out the shape of the vacation hover Tristan had obtained. It turned as it landed, so the exit faced him, and he readied himself for a fight. If it wasn't Jacoby when the door opened, or if there was anyone else with him, he'd fire in and count on Jacoby throwing himself out of the way. He shielded his eyes with a hand as the wind buffeted him about, but continued looking at the door. If it opened before the hover touched down, he'd fire. It landed and powered down. A few seconds later, the door opened, with Jacoby standing there. Alex looked beyond him. No one. He looked for shadows cast by anyone standing out of the door's way. How did it go? He asked Jacoby. The man glanced at Alex's hand on the butt of his gun and raised an eyebrow. It went fine. The job blowing up the building got your supplier friend watched by the corporation, but we worked around it. What you ordered is in the back. He looked at Alex. You're wearing pants. What happened to going naked? I decided I didn't want to advertise how excited I get fighting. I'm not going to ask. Where's everyone? I thought they'd be here, clamoring to get in, to be let in and get their new toys. Jacoby was calm, relaxed, almost bored. Did you make sure none of the guns were tagged? Scanned them, all clean. You're going to want to clean them before using them. Some are rather old and they don't look like they were. Alex, you seem kind of tense. A lot can happen over 3 weeks. Was there an attack? Jacoby didn't sound worried, or even like he cared if there had been one. It was how Alex expected him to behave. Alex moved his hand off the gun. No, I managed to convince them to start training. Now that you're here, once we check the guns to make sure they're safe to use, you can help me by showing them how to shoot. Jacoby crossed his arm over his chest. The guns are yours, Alex. You paid for them. This little thing you have going has nothing to do with me. I'll run errands because it takes me away from here for a while, but that's the extent of my involvement in whatever this is. Now, where do you want the guns? The defiance in the tone made Alex's finger twitch, and he closed them. Jacoby was right not to be happy, and Alex still needed him. There might be other errands. They'll stay in the hover for now. I haven't worked out where the shooting range is going to be, since I thought you'd be doing that. Okay? Then I'm going to move the hover back near the priestess' house. Are you sure you don't need me to go anywhere? Because once it's shut down, I'm doing a proper maintenance on it. I got a bunch of spare parts. That's fine, Alex said, fighting the urge to throw a knife at the man's chest. He couldn't wait for this to be over. For Tristan to be back to his old self and order him to kill Jacoby. And this concludes chapter 16 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the story as well as the other books in the series, they are available at all major e-retailers. If you want to support me and get access to just about everything I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And welcome back to Reanime. I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 71 allies. We're going up against 91 enemies. Becca starts in the lead. Nursing Geek is in second. Memi is in third. Memi is back in third. Becca's in second. Becca's in first. Memi's in second. Seho is now in third. Nursing Geek takes third again. No, Anthony, there's still one chapter of Read and Correct to go. Basically, about 45 minutes before I'm on lunch. Memi is in first. Nursing Geek is in second. Crumbs is now in third. And the enemies are basically done. We have one. Memi Trayette is in first place, 6 skill, 53 assist. Nursing Geek is in second place, 3 kill, 26 assist. And Gator Paws is in third, 7 kill, 14 assist. We have Lego Heads. Oh, wait, Lego Heads. Do we have the Dark Lord of Legos? No, Darth is not with us. Bombers and Paladins are not currently being claimed. So, Blue or Swede, Fox Rider, you get Lego Heads. Quinn is bombed. Crumbs the DJ gets Paladins. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And another Centurion. Wait, is this guy level 30? Yeah. So why are you not the same skin? You know what? Let's go with this. Kind of like this one. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this goes, and welcome to the stream, Anthony. I hope you are having a good day. And I will start on the last chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch, and if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 17 of Once Broken. His lungs burned from the exertion. They burned like he wished this run had burned off his anger. Tristan didn't want to run. He wanted to hit someone. Alex. All of this was his fault from not understanding he'd been discarded, removed from Tristan's life forever, to track him down, barging into his life. The human had gotten under his skin, burrowed deep into him, and eaten away at his control. He'd woken up, wet from the rain, and had found that the wind had toppled his wall over. No matter how careful he was, something always happened to make it fall. If it wasn't his father or an unstable stone, it was the wind. He wanted to scream. Instead, he ran. He ran at the edge of the trees because he could feel Alex's eyes on him. He knew that if he disappeared in the forest, Alex would track him down, yell at him, and as much as he hated the human, Tristan didn't want to disappoint him. As he ran back toward the building and his fallen wall, he saw the assembled Somalians fighting each other, training. They were pathetic. Not one of them had any coordination or precision. Alex should know better. Alex should be cutting them down for being so bad. Instead, he was fighting one of them. He always fought the same one. Blonde fur with copper red splotches and scars. The Somalian wanted Alex. He was trying to beat Alex to show the human who he belonged to. Tristan would go and kill him for trying to take what was his, but Alex wasn't interested. Tristan saw how badly, even through the anger and the screaming, Alex desired Tristan over any. He saw how badly, even through the anger and the screaming, Alex desired Tristan over any other, and that was how it should be. Alex wanted him, and he wanted Alex back. Tristan growled and and thought about going there, showing them how a real fight went. He should go and fight Alex, remind him of his place, remind him he had no business making Tristan want him, but he would freeze, and that would embolden the blonde and copper Somalian, make him think Tristan couldn't keep Alex. And it wasn't his responsibility to make sure those people survived. Only his survival mattered. Alex should have known better, but he'd made himself responsible for them. Let him deal with their death. Let him watch them fail the first time they had to fight a trained team. Tristan was back at his starting point, breathing hard, feeling the burning, the anger that was still there. He wanted to do something with it. The scattered stone caused him to snarl. He didn't want to build a wall. He wanted to destroy it. He desired to blow something up, kill someone, anyone. Tristan wanted to cause someone else to feel the pain he felt inside. He felt the impact of his fist against the building's wall. He hadn't intended to hit it. It was just stone. It couldn't feel his pain. It happened because he wasn't controlling himself. He gritted his teeth and punched it again. He was Tristan, strike. He was in control, strike. If he was going to hit a stone wall, strike, it was because he decided to do it, strike. He was leaving a mark on the wall now, blood and fur. He didn't care. The pain was external. He had caused this pain because he decided to hit the wall. It was something he had done, not been done to him. He made it happen, and he would decide when it stopped, not someone telling, "What are you doing?" Tristan flinched at Alex's voice and hid his hand behind his back as he turned and stepped away from the wall and Alex. "Nothing?" Alex looked at the blood on the wall and raised an eyebrow. "What do you think you're doing?" There was no surprise in his eyes, or anger, just resignation. "Nothing that concerns you." There, he'd made it clear. Now Alex would have to leave him alone. Alex sighed, the resignation spreading to his voice. "You really think destroying your hand isn't my business? How are you going to build the wall if it's broken?" He motioned. "Show it to me." "No." He hated himself for how his voice quivered in fear. He didn't want Alex to scream at him, not again. "Don't be stubborn, Tristan." There was no anger in the voice. Why wasn't he angry? Why did he just sound defeated? Alex reached for him. "Let me look at the damage you caused." His bloody hand was up, claws out. The pain was sharp, a welcome reminder he'd caused it. He decided to cause himself pain. He had control. "Touch me and I'll rip your throat out." Alex's hand paused, and he searched Tristan's eyes, hope in them, which died away as he shook his head. "No, you won't." The hand reached for him again. Tristan tried to move it, to strike Alex, to wrench it away. Alex wasn't afraid. "Please don't," Tristan pleaded as Alex took his hand and pulled it to him. Alex turned it over, studied the broken skin, pressed it around. "Does it hurt?" "No." Tristan ignored the pain, barely felt it compared to the way his heart hurt at seeing the defeat in Alex's eyes. He hadn't meant to cause that to him. His voice became soft, trembling. "Alex, can we go home?" It wasn't him that was causing Alex to hurt. It was this place. It had to be. If they laughed, things would be better. Alex shook his head. "Please, I'll get better. I'll do anything you want. I just want to go home." Alex closed his eyes, let the hand go, finished the wall. His voice cracked. Alex's voice cracked. He turned and walked away, around the corner, and vanished. "What Had he said. Done. Alex wanted them to be together, so why did he act like Tristan had stabbed him? That was dangerous. The priestess' voice came from around the corner. He could have killed you. What did she know? Tristan thought. How could she say? I wish she had. Tristan's lip wobbled, and he used the building to remain standing. Alex couldn't mean that. What was wrong with him? You think I want that? Alex snapped. He was Tristan. He didn't care how Alex felt. This was just another way the human was destroying him. Why is he making it so fucking difficult? It's just a fucking wall. Tristan snarled silently. If it was so easy, Alex should come and build it. See how well he did without any tools. Are you really surprised that this is difficult for him? The priestess asked. Tristan's ear pricked up. This is something that goes against his aspect. What did she know that Tristan didn't? What are you talking about? I thought you said you had researched us while looking for a way to cure him. I did. Then you must have realized what he is. He's Somalian, Alex answered, exasperation in his voice. When she spoke, she sounded amused, and Tristan paid closer attention. That's his species. By the dark coloring, I'm guessing he's from their Natil region, although White tells me he has family from the Safar Mountains. Alex sighed impatiently, and Tristan silently echoed him. What does that have to do with the wall? You remember the aspects? Of course. You talked about them when we got here. You said they weren't what the researcher I read claimed they are. Humans twist our belief to make themselves comfortable. They see how we represent the source, the sphere, the light, and they call it the sun. Yes, you said that before. You all said the aspects are part of you, not some external gods or something. That is correct. Look, Eolas, Alex said, anger tinting his voice. I don't have the time for some stretch-out lesson. How about you get to the point? Haven't you realized that what Tristan's primary aspect is? How the fuck would I know that? Her amusement was a counterpoint to Alex's building anger. In most people, the aspects are so well balanced that it is difficult to tell the dominant one. But even with them, in time, you can tell which one it is. Tristan's curiosity pulled him forward, even as he looked around for his father. He normally loved to badmouth Somalians' belief. So where was he now? Then there are those, like yourself and Tristan, where simply standing by you is enough to tell which one dominates within you. I'm not Somalian, so that stuff doesn't apply to me. Alex's anger was slipping away. Tristan could hear her smile. Which one of you made the decision to come here? I did, but it's because he's Somalian. It applies to him. Then why didn't he make the decision? She asked. Because it's all fantasies, his father said. He was sick, Alex said. I explained it to you. You also said he didn't want to come. You had to force it on him. It's still his religion, Alex said, but sounded less certain. Is it? His father asked. Are you really falling for these lies? Of course not. This was simply good information to have for next time he made a mask of a religious Somalian. His father eyed him suspiciously. The source isn't Somalian. It isn't a Somalian religion. The source is everything. All of us. You, me, the humans intent on hiding what it is, those on the other planet. They may call it something else or refuse to believe in it, but they are still part of the source. Okay. The exasperation was back in Alex's voice. So you're saying the real problem with him are those aspects. Fine. How do I fix that? That isn't something you can fix. Listen here, Alex threatened. Please bear with me. Tristan's dominant aspect is the aggressor. You know of it? Alex sighed. The stuff I read said that they're the god of violence, so I'm guessing is the part of him that's violent and destructive. That does fit him. That is a simplistic view. The aggressor's first reaction is to attack a problem, to remove it from their path. Yes, those Those with whom the aggressor is very dominant tend to be violent. Those with whom the aggressor is very dominant tend to. It reads well, but something about it doesn't quite. Eh. Yes, those with whom the aggressor is very dominant tend to be violent, but it doesn't mean it is in the pursuit of destruction, where you will seek to protect. Alex choke. Excuse me? Protect? Did you hear about those humans I killed? Have you seen me fight? Why did you kill them? Why are you training the young warriors? It's what I do. It's what he made me. I'm a killer. Tristan ignored his father. Tristan ignored his father's ranting about the worthlessness of anyone who believed in a fiction like the source. He wanted to hear what she had to say. He needed to know about Alex. Maybe this would be something he could use to break whatever hold the human had on him. You said he made you a killer. You said he made you a killer, she said, not questioning it, but he didn't send you to kill them. That it was your decision. Just because he didn't know about them, if he'd seen them, he would have been on them before they got out of the hover. You are right. He wouldn't have waited to see what kind of threat they posed. Because the aggressor is so dominant in him, he would have acted on the instinct. Again, what does that have to do with the wall? No, he wanted her to talk about Alex. What aspect was he? How could he use that information? It should be clear. You are asking him to build. The builder isn't strong in him, and it opposes. Does it oppose the aggressor? Yeah. And it opposes the aggressor. Come on. He's built plenty of things. You should see his workroom. He's always taking things apart and rebuilding them. That's the learner in him. And when he isn't in crisis, his aspects will be in harmony. Although it'd be interesting I'd be interested in learning what he learns about weapons, maybe. But right now he's in crisis, and in such time the dominant aspect governs his action. The aggressor dominates. Then shouldn't he just kill me? Hit me, kill me. I'm what's in his way. He should remove me. He's bound to a promise he made. I expect that once that is removed, he may very well do so. I suspect you are aware of that fact. The silence stretched, then steps in the grass. Her light, barefoot steps moving toward the house at the entrance. Alex's heavier booted one away. Tristan cursed. He hadn't learned anything that helped him deal with Alex, and while he agreed with some of what the priest had said, she was wrong on others. You believe her? Of course not. I don't go looking for violence. I just want to do my research. It's others that forced my hand. His father snorted. Right, because learning everything you can about guns and explosives is so conducive to peaceful activities. Are you saying you believe her now? Watch your mouth, boy. I can still put you in your place. His father's eyes flicked to the side, and Tristan spun, hand in the air, the sting of the damage not bringing him to the comfort it had earlier. The priestess stood, holding a clay jar, watching him impassively. When Tristan didn't strike her, she indicated the jar. If you let me, I'll tend to your hand. How long has she been there? How much had she heard? If she heard his father's words, she didn't show any indignation at the insult. I could kill you. He made it a statement, not a threat. He didn't want to sound violent. I believe you. I hope you'll prefer not to. Kill her, his father said. Do it before she fills your head with her lies. She didn't react to the word, and Tristan remembered his father was dead. What does that have to do with this? His father asked. You know she's a liar. They all are. She's going to try to make you weak. He offered her his hand, and his father huffed in annoyance, which made Tristan smile. I wish things were simple again, he said as she looked the injury over. I'm afraid the source never meant for life to be simple. Don't let her talk. It's all lies. Kill her. Go away. he mentally ordered his father, and earned himself a glare. Maybe his father wanted him to commit violence, but Tristan wouldn't initiate it. You shouldn't be so angry at him, she said, uncapping the jar. He's just trying to protect you. I don't need his protection. She smiled. That may be true, but his aspect doesn't care. He didn't react to her word. He didn't show the eagerness he felt, or the sting the unguent caused as she applied it. What is he? Don't you know? Can't you tell? Tristan growled. She smiled again, and nodded to where the alcove at the end of the wall would be. The defender. No, he couldn't be. Do you know why the aggressor and defender are always in adjacent alcove? She asked. He shook his head. Her ear twitched in the affirmative. You should try to find out. I told you she'd try to make you weak, his father said. Tristan focused on the scent of the unguent, letting it fill his nose, the image of his mother, applying it to his knee while he cried. He forced it away. He didn't cry. That had been before. There's cultivar root in it. Yes, it is one of the main ingredients. It has a disinfecting quality. Tristan nodded. What else is in it? It smells different from the one my father taught me how to make. Your father taught you how to make this salve? Her curiosity was loud, but he didn't mind answering. There was nothing there she could use against him. He wanted me to know how to survive, demanded it. Her eyes flicked to his face, and he realized he'd made a mistake. He'd said something she'd been looking for. What? What had he said? How had he missed? She'd been prying for information. He kept his reaction hidden, but prepared himself to fight her. Her ears flicked. Nothing of matter, just a little more understanding. That is all. He relaxed a little. Whatever she'd learned, she wouldn't use right now. Knowledge is never a little thing. Her ear twitched in the positive, but she didn't add anything. And that concludes chapter 17. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the story as well as the other books in the series, they are available from all major e-retailers. If you want to support me on my Patreon and get access to, if you want to support me and get access to just about everything else I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. It's ready for tomorrow. This is the next to last chapter of our rabbit. Oh, it's a Tristan chapter. Okay, that's interesting. I thought it was an Alex. So we're ending on an Alex chapter. Okay. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 72 allies. We're going up against 86 enemies. QWiz Create starts in the lead. Gator Paws takes over. That Scooter Brother is in third. Evadine takes over third. Scooter's back in third. Let's see. Gators is in first. QWiz is in second. Mono Bear's now in third. Helpful Onion and Evadine have killed Epics. And Centurion. That's right, I've got. Let's see. Mono Bear takes over first place. QWiz is in second. Evadine is in third. The enemies are dying pretty hard. Who is this? No, Athena. I don't know what she gives. And we're basically done. Mono Bear is in first place. 8 kill, 38 assist. QWiz Creates is in second place. 8 kill, 20 assist. And Gator Paws is in third. 2 kill, 22 assist. We have monks and we have saints. And we have nobody claiming them at this time. So, because Stinks and Boneska get monked, B-Mac has been sainted. And we move on to another very hard battle before the skin chest. Alrighty, we need assists and my Centurions are okay. So we will go for my fairy. That should. Alrighty, need to remember it. Actually, I want to check something. So that's going to be a Centurion. That's going to be another Centurion. I think this is going to be the same kind of battlefield. So I might actually be able to pull off what I want. We'll see. But yeah. A reminder that High Ground will be the spell to use. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. it is time for me to go on lunch. I will do my best to return within 20 minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch.